Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. And Vinny is inches away from me, just staring at me. You got your food down there? I don't know what else. Well, I do know what he wants, but Vinny, just chill out. Go sleep. So yeah, welcome. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. What was I gonna say? So I'd like to say thank you to Lucas and Shanthony for your PayPal gifts. Thank you very much. Going forward, there's no adverts on the podcast. There's no adverts on my YouTube channel, and this free service is financed solely by PayPal gifts. So I appreciate any help, and yeah, thank you. I've got no idea what the PayPal. I don't know, what is it called? What's my PayPal address? I don't know. Stop mentioning your PayPal. It is paypal.me/Jason Newland. So the links are on my website, which is jasonnewland.com, which is my podcast website. I also have a store, jasonnewland.store, where I've got thousands of recordings available for you to download for free. Yeah, and they're all individual recordings. Yeah, that's it really. There's a lot there. A lot. And today, this Let Me Bore You to Sleep is number 1575. Blimey. I've been doing this a while now. You'd think I'd be good at it by now, wouldn't you? But I'm not. Oh. So, I've also got a YouTube channel. You just search my name or Let Me Bore You to Sleep. I've got a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. There's links to these from my website. Also, I'm on TikTok, Instagram and X. I've also got a sore throat. Not that that's necessarily relevant, but yeah. So today what I've spent my time doing is working on the podcast Stress and Pain Relief. So I've just been making sure that all the old recordings are all on there, that the images are on there, and it's taken a few days to put it all together to make sure it's all kind of roughly in order. Yeah, so that's pretty good. So there is 48 different recordings, but you know, there's different versions of them as well, so there's 185 episodes altogether. On my Hypnosis of Sleeping Deeply podcast, I have 3,348 episodes. That includes all the different ones, different lengths and stuff. So still quite a lot. I haven't got all my Let Me Bore You to Sleep on that podcast. There is 1,855 episodes. But it goes back, I don't know what it goes back to. I'm eventually going to have them all on there. but they are all available to download on the old jasonnewland.store. Oh yes. I don't know how far back this goes on the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast. Just trying to keep going backwards and backwards. October last year. October. So today is Monday's Boring Objects. I can't be bothered to go all the way down because it's not allowing me to do it without it taking ages. So Monday's Boring Objects, where I talk about a specific subject or object. And I've got no idea what I'm going to talk about today. I really don't know. Let's see if I can think of something a little bit juicy. Maybe focus on a specific job I've had. Maybe. Or I'm going to talk about the comedy club. So I'm going to talk about the comedy club that I absolutely loved in London. So I'm going to talk about my involvement there and give you a rundown of the... I might have done this before, but I'm going to give you an outlay of the building as well, including when I first started going there. Yeah. So in 1990, April, I wrote down in a pad, a writing pad, like a refill pad, I've decided to become a comedian. That was what I wrote down. And I spent the next part of the year, up till December, because it's easier to say that than try and count the months. 8 months? 6, 5, something like that. Yeah, I spent that time trying to write some material. Now, I wasn't living anywhere near London, so I moved to London January 1991, and I think my first gig at the comedy club was the 23rd of January 1991. Now, if it's a Wednesday, how can I find out if it's a Wednesday? 23rd January 1991. Right, let's see if it was a Wednesday or not. 23rd, it was a Wednesday. Ba-ba-da-bam-bam. So yeah, that was my first ever performance at that club. And this is weird. Guess how many days ago it was? 12,836 days ago. 12,836 days. Wow. Wow. I don't know why that's a wow moment, but it is. So I would say I moved to London probably on Saturday the 5th of January. Maybe the 12th, but I think probably the 5th. And then I did, the 23rd wasn't the very first gig I ever did. It was the first gig at an actual, a proper comedy club. Because earlier in the month, probably the week before, I did go to a talent show, which was probably in a pub. And there was singers and different kinds of thing, and it didn't go so well. And in probably the summer of 1990, I travelled up to London to apply for the Sky's Search for a Star. And I had to stand on this thing in front of people. There's no audience, it was just the production team, and tell some jokes, and it didn't go so well. So, that was my two kind of, at least it broke it gave me, an experience of doing it, even though I didn't know what I was doing. And yeah, I don't remember how I was feeling at the time. So I came home. So I did those two gigs before the very first gig, which was the 23rd of January 1991. So what I did is I saw that advert in, I forget the magazine. It was a magazine that actors and that used to buy. I forget the name of it, because that's where I got the other two gigs from. And this again was a talent contest. Now, I didn't realise it was an actual comedy club. I didn't know what I was walking into. I didn't even really know what I was moving to London for. I knew I wanted to do comedy, but I didn't know really what comedy was, outside of all the different albums I'd listened to and the videos I'd watched and stuff. So I turn up at this gig. It's in Shoreditch. And I remember going there, and I don't know, but it might have been, I might have actually already just started a new job. Because when I got to London on the 5th, January the 5th of 1991, I told my new landlady, that I had a job to go to, which I thought I did. But then, because I'd worked in London the previous year, I went back to the place, but there was no jobs. There was no work. And I went to my landlady, this might be a short visit. I might have to go back because there's no work. And she said, oh. I said, yeah, oh, indeed. She said, I said, And she said, and I wasn't sure if I should just keep repeating the sounds that she was making, whether or not that would annoy her or not. But then she just stopped and said, well, I'll speak to you later. And she closed the door, which I thought was a bit rude, but not the first time that anyone's closed a door on me. So I went upstairs to my room, and it's in January, so it wasn't, the best weather to be going out, and I was just sitting up there probably watching telly, and and I heard like a bang. She had a walking stick. She used to bang it on the door, and I heard her saying, "Jason, Jason, new tenant." So I think, oh, has she fallen over? I think she's fallen over. So I just carry on watching telly, and she like keeps banging. So I'm like, okay. Of course, I wouldn't keep going. Oh, come on, I'm messing about. So I go downstairs. She says, "Guess what?" I said, "What's that?" She says, "I have my best friend is HR boss at the the bakery. She's my best friend." I said, "Really?" She said, "She'll be round in about an hour." Really? Okay. So she came round because she was visiting anyway. She was, I don't know, just good friends. They were both Italian. Not that that's a reason to be friends with someone, just because it's, same place. I've met a lot of English people that I don't, particularly want to be friends with. Most of them. And I thought, yeah, why are you introducing me to your friends? I just told you I haven't got a job. I can't take her out. I didn't know she was trying to sort of, match me in some kind of romantic manner. Well, anyway, it turns out that her friend was in charge of HR at the bakery, Sunblessed Bakery in Walthamstow. And she said, "Oh." No, I said, "Oh." Someone said, "Oh." I'm not sure it was. No, it was her, because I trod on her foot. And she said, "Oh, what heavy feet you have." I said, "It's not really the feet. It's probably more the body than the feet. The feet themselves, I don't think, weigh too much." And she said, "How would you know?" I said, "That's a good point. How would anyone know? Apart from some really disturbed people." And she said, "So you need a job?" I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Have you ever had any experience in catering?" And I said, "Yeah, I have." Wasn't a question I wanted to be asked, but yeah, I have. "Did you like it?" No. The thing is, that's a question that no one would ask somebody. So have you had experience in catering? Yeah. Did you like it? No, you're not going to ask that, because it's not a nice job, really. I didn't like it. I mean, the job I was doing was serving in a canteen. It wasn't going to be a job that I would... I mean, it was okay, but it was, it was a job, basically, and I needed a job, and it paid all right. I mean, probably minimum wage. Back then, there was no minimum wage, but it was, it was all right. I was okay. So I worked there. She got me the job. Basically, she got me an interview. She didn't give me the job. She got me an interview. So I went along. And the bloke that interviewed me was the chef. And he hated being there, because he was a chef and was literally preparing food, but in a canteen. So there was some meals, but he was a chef, He wore a chef hat, which was, I mean, there's nothing wrong with wearing a chef hat, but it was like a greasy spoon, really. It was sausages and beans and eggs and then just lasagna and chips and sausages and beans, and it wasn't anything spectacular. But he didn't really do anything. He was more of just making sure everything kind of went together. and he didn't have to do anything because we all did the job, which I was fine because I like to keep busy. Whenever I've worked, the one thing I can't really have been accused of is being lazy, because I get bored. I don't want to just do nothing. I'd rather just get on and get something done, you know. That's me in the past. I mean, nowadays, blimey. No, I'm still not lazy. I still, even though I'm not getting paid and it's not like an official job, making recordings and helping people to fall asleep, I still put my energy into it. I mean, there are days when I can't do anything. Sometimes there's weeks when I can't do anything. But, you know, I do my bestest. So I go to this job interview. I still don't know if I want to work there. I'll be honest, because I worked in a chip shop for 2 years, so it was kind of a very similar experience in some ways. You know, cooking, dealing with the public. Well, they weren't really the public; they worked there, but so it's the same people every day. And I realised I could have done a boring objects on that job, but I won't. But I think I will do in the future, because that bakery is definitely there's an easy hour out of that place, I tell you. So anyway, I got that job. Now, the reason I'm mentioning the job is I didn't work evenings, and I worked one Saturday morning, I think every 2 weeks. Or was it every month? I think every 2 weeks. So it's actually really quite a good job, actually, in the sense of it paid me okay money. It wasn't rubbish money. It was average, you know, for what I was doing. I got to eat at work, and so I only had to eat when I got home. So I could eat. Was I allowed to eat? I'm pretty sure I was. Yeah, because we would be there for the breakfast and then we'd be there for the lunch. So I probably got two dinners a day. You could always have something to eat anyway if you're working in a kitchen anyway. So, but I had my evenings free, which was the main thing, because that's when I started doing the comedy. So on the 23rd, I would say, here's my guess, that I started working on the 14th, the Monday the 14th, and I did my first gig on a Wednesday the 23rd. So I finished work at, I think it was 4 o'clock. It was something like 7 till 4, I think. Yeah, something like that, 7 till 4. So I finished work, went home, got something to eat, and then went to this place. Now, I'd never even been to Shoreditch before, I didn't think. I'd never even been near Shoreditch, I didn't think. Until, you know, a few weeks later when I realised it's just round the corner from the Liverpool Street station. Because I was going there via Bank. So I was going just from Stratford on the Central Line to Bank, then going to the Northern Line from Bank to Old Street, and then from Old Street coming up, just walking around, crossing the road and going all the way down there. The road was that alleyway. I think of it more of an alleyway. It is a road, but it was more of an alleyway. Was in 3 parts. And the club was further up. It was at the last part of the road on the right. And I went there and I couldn't believe there was like lights and it was an actual club. and there was people in there. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I was just expecting another pub or another kind of a place where people were just, where they almost weren't expecting someone to get on stage. But this was different. It had a stage, it had a microphone on a stand, it had a bar, it had loads of tables. And I just fell in love with the place straight away. It's really weird because I just looked at it and I thought, ooh. And I heard, ooh. I looked round as my landlady, she'd followed me just so she could mock me and copy what noises I made. And I just thought, go away. So from the outside, because it did change a bit, it was, I mean, it changed a little bit. There was cartoon characters on the outside. Cartoon characters such as the Dandy, and I think Beano as well. So you had Dennis the Menace, Corky the Cat, Dan. Oh, Desperate Dan. And what's her name? The girl that was kind of a little bit like... Oh, I forget her name. It's got a picture of her holding a, not a boomerang. You know, when you've got two sticks and some plastic. One of those things. Not a swastika. Oh, what are they called? You could like chuck stuff at people, but like shoot it through the rubber. Anyway, so he had that. And this was on the walls, and there's all his neon lighting, and I thought, this is glamorous. But I also thought, we're in the middle of nowhere, because walking up that road, I don't think it's not an exaggeration to say that it was dark and empty. There was nothing there. Literally, it was derelict. Well, not derelict, empty. That whole area used to be mills, I think, and you know, like 40, 50, 60 years ago, 100 years ago, whatever. And so much of those roads, there's quite a few that are down that way that were just empty. They weren't really habitable. They weren't really somewhere that you'd walk around at night. And I found that strange, especially when I realised how close Liverpool Street was. And all of the... Well, at the time, this is early 90s, the whole of the business world pretty much, like in London, the business world in London was in Liverpool Street. That's before a lot of it moved to Canary Wharf in the middle 90s. The financial world, and I think even the newspapers and all that stuff was around the corner. I didn't even realise that Fleet Street, where the newspapers used to live, not the newspapers themselves, but you know, the companies, they were... Fleet Street was a very famous street. It was literally just around the corner from Liverpool Street. Didn't even know. But then that pretty much went, and I think most of the places, or a lot of them, companies moved to Canary Wharf, the actual big building. And I just found it strange that such a big especially in the early days, like Liverpool Street. You know, I went there loads of times, probably not loads of times, but a few times over the years, building up to when I first moved there. And my experience of being in London on my own was Liverpool Street, Oxford Circus, Tottenham Court Road, the Central Line. That was it. Soho, the kind of that area where the the place you can just walk around, where the theatres are. And I mean, I was kind of like 18, whatever. I don't think I ever really went into the pubs or anything. I just used to like walk around and then come home, get on a train, because it was a cheap day out. It's not anymore. But I was just really surprised that an area so close to one of the most expensive, probably, bits of real estate in the country, which I imagine those buildings around Liverpool Street were at the time, would be just these derelict buildings with no one in them. Part of Hackney kind of area. And I couldn't really get my head around it. It seemed so weird. That changed over time, but for years I was walking up that road from Old Street or walking around from Liverpool Street, and you could just feel the energy leave. So go around the corner, see all these buildings, all these people, rushing around, waiting for buses, going in and out of the huge buildings that I never got a chance to go into. I wanted to. They just looked amazing. And then I'd walk to the end. So basically, turn left out of Liverpool Street Station, the main entrance, the big entrance. And then you've got, on the left, you've got all those loads and loads and loads of huge buildings. There's steps that go up, and there's all just like, it's massive places. If you just follow the road around, keep following around, staying on that pavement, keep going, and then it goes from being a really big pavement to a normal kind of size pavement gradually as you go further away. It's kind of like the yellow brick road, because you ever see, like, you see the yellow brick road part where the munchkins are saying, follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road. And then the yellow brick road becomes bigger and more brighter, and all the flowers as it gets closer to the castle. But you imagine maybe if that yellow brick road started a little bit further out, maybe and it was in some grimy forest where it wasn't yellow, it was just green and brown, and maybe there was puddles in it and some potholes, because no one ever went there. I felt like I was leaving the yellow brick road and going there. As I was you turn left, and at the time there was nothing. Huge buildings everywhere, but nothing going on. Like, the buildings were so high, but not, I mean, there probably was businesses going on, but couldn't see anything going on. And Shoreditch High Street is tiny. It's only a little road. It's only a tiny little bit. And you go down, I mean, it's so tiny, it's not a big road. They call it Shoreditch High Street now, but I mean, there's hotels there, multiple hotels. It's really turned into a really trendy area. And that started probably while I was still in London. It started to get trendier. And then over the next 10 years on the lead up. So I left London in 2001, September, and the Olympic Games was in London in 2012, I do believe. So during that period, parts of London were transformed. And Shoreditch is one of those. I mean, I'd say it was already transformed before the Olympics. Shoreditch was. But since the Olympics, there's like... No, actually, yeah, it was already transformed. There was already loads of hotels there. So Shoreditch was already kind of transformed, but it continued. Stratford, that part was proper transformed. Yeah, I guess during those years, because those 10 years leading up to the Olympics, that's when Stratford and different parts were transformed. So Shoreditch was definitely, by 2005, it was a really nice area. Yeah, and I started going up there again. I still visit quite regularly for quite a while, quite a few years, even though I'd left. And anyway, so I'm coming down this alleyway thinking, I was looking at different buildings, thinking to myself, I hope that's not it. And sometimes I see a light in a doorway, and I think, I hope that's not it. I'm not going in there. And I'd see a couple of people just huddled in a doorway on a corner, and I'm thinking, I hope that's it. Oh. But luckily, none of those were, and I got into it, and you could see it was the only building in that road that had any lights. But Old Street, once you get out of that road and got to Old Street Station, that whole area was quite light, because you had the eye hospital. There's a college, City Universities up there. You've got a really busy, what is it? Oh, they had a typing school just near Old Street Tube Station. And I don't know if it's still there now, probably not, I guess, but maybe. But there was also like a taxi firm. There was a chip shop on the corner. And... so it was quite busy. It was a big roundabout. It's quite a busy area. But when I got to the comedy club, I thought, I like this. And there was these red doors, big red doors, that were open, lodged open. And then there was some other doors inside that you had to open to get in with glass. So they were also red, I think, but they had like individual panes of glass in them. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, like 10, 12, I don't know. So I just opened you have to pull the door open, I think. I went in, and there wasn't anyone on the door. There was some people in there, but there wasn't any much of an audience, because I was quite early, because the show started at I think the show started at 9, maybe 8:30, so I was there about 7:30, and I just did not know what to say to anybody. So I looked in. So basically, as I go in, if I looked right, that's where the seating was, and that's where the stage was on the left-hand side. So turning up, looking, I'm trying to... Okay, I'll do a walkthrough. So going, this is how it was when I first went there, but it did change a bit over the years. So go in, turn right, and there'd be some seating, and like a walkway down, which is where the comedian walked down to get onto the stage, but also where people would walk down to get to the tables. And it was a wooden floor, a very old wooden floor. And I'd walk down. If I was going to go down that way, there'd be seats to the right of me. There's also be seats and chairs to the left of me. So it wasn't set out with lots of chairs next to each other in rows. It was seating. And then you could turn right, because as you got to the end of the rows where there's seats on the right and seats on the left, or tables and seats on either side, at the end of the row on the left hand side is where the stage began. It was quite a big stage. And probably the height of the table. Pretty much, I would say, yeah, about the height of the table-ish. And then turn right, and there's some other chairs and tables going across, and it just like filling that area. There was at the back, which was directly opposite the stage, there was a fire exit, again red, so you could push that open from the inside. And so there was no chairs, so there was that gangway was, you know, clear. And then there's some other chairs and tables further up. At that time there was a toilet, so I think it might have been, there was a toilet up that side as well as toilets up near the bar. I don't know if one was a women's and one was a men's, I forget. But I think that was definitely I think that's just for people that were seated up there. It was easier. That eventually got knocked through to make more room. But that was it at the time. And then more chairs and tables going against that wall, you know, giving it room for people to get into the toilet. And then down the other side towards the stage. So if you kind of like walk around the room, so you look back and you can see the stage on the right hand side and a set of chairs and tables there. And then directly in front of the stage, so let's say if you was walking in the fire exit from outside, and there was 2 long tables right in front of the stage, which held about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably about 12 people, maybe 15 people each. And so that was kind of the layout of the club. There was lights and stuff that were aimed at the stage that were on the walls, PA system, all that stuff, you know, speakers, etc. Don't normally say etc, do I? And then there was pictures, I'm sure there was pictures inside on the walls as well of more cartoon characters from the Dandy and the Beano as well on the walls, because the walls were all like red and yellow and it was very colourful inside. Yeah, because things, it did change, but like there's a few changes happened over the years. One was the extended. So I remember when it happened. In fact, I helped do it. My friend asked me if I'd give him a hand one Sunday to smash the toilet in. I thought he just meant we were going to go for a curry, but no, he literally meant he wanted me to wanted to get rid of the toilet. So one of the waiters and me turned up on a Sunday, and it was basically like this toilet was, it was sturdy, but it wasn't it just, yeah, it was quite easy to dismantle. So we got rid of it, but it had to be sorted out by the Wednesday, you see. So that's why we went in on a Sunday, because they were open again on a Wednesday evening. So I guess they needed plumbers and stuff to sort that out. So yeah, did that. and that made room for about another 4 tables, I think. And then later on, what did they do? They made room for more chairs by knocked through a wall, which meant that they could put more chairs down, because they were limited, because the waiting staff had to walk through around to get to the different tables. But once they had that wall which they could walk through, they didn't have to, so it created more room for tables and chairs. The maximum amount of people that was allowed in there was 200 sitting, and I think they started off about 150, 160, and managed to get up to 200 after making changes to the place. So yeah, it was good. But when I first went in there was, forgetting all the audience and the comedy part of it, there was a bar to the left. So you walk in through the door, and straight ahead of you was the toilet, or the entrance to the toilet. And to the left, if you look, there was a bar, big bar, or a nice sized bar. And in front, and there was also a fireplace to the right hand side. So kind of in front of the bar, between the bar and the toilet, there was a fireplace, like a real proper fireplace. And it was on because it was January. Was it a real fireplace, or was it just an electric fire? The reason I ask that is because, part of me thinks, well, it doesn't matter if it was or not, which is true. But then there's that part of me thinking, well, it doesn't matter if I say it was, even if it wasn't. But what if I know it wasn't? Then I'll be lying, and I don't want to lie. I can't say for certain that it was a real fire. Yeah, I can't say for certain. But it was nice. And then, so there's this fire with a mantelpiece. To the right, there was the entrance to the toilet. To the left, there was the bar. Between the mantelpiece and the bar, on the left-hand side on the wall, there was a cigarette machine. One of those old-fashioned. I mean, it was old-fashioned then. And my friend, who owned the place, he wrote down all the amount of money people would save if they stopped smoking. And he actually literally wrote that all down and to try and put people off buying them. And then, so turn around and you got the bar. It was wood all the way along, and it kind of curved and went round to the right. And there wasn't anything like some bar tops, they have a lid that comes down and it kind of makes the whole thing just flat. And, it didn't have that. There was a gap where people can come and go. So that was good. Well, not for me, because I was a customer, but at that time I was an unknown quantity. So I go in there, and in front of the bar and the area between, near the fire, there was a sofa and some chairs, and the comedians were hanging out there. And when I went there, either the first time or the second time, Jo Brand, a really famous female comedian, was sitting down on the sofa. And I was a bit starstruck because I'd seen her on TV, and she is arguably one of the first famous stand-up comedians from the alternative era. I mean, she was she was a big star long before I even got to London. Long before people like Lee Evans and Jack D and all the ones that kind of seem like they've been around forever. She literally has been around forever, since like middle 80s. And I don't know if I was trying to impress her or not, but I said something that upset her, and she didn't talk to me again. I think she was okay a while later, but it took a while. I think she literally got up and left. So I don't know what it was. I was probably just trying to be funny or, wholesome, and I don't know what it was. Oh yeah, I urinated in the fire. Apparently that put her off her dinner. No, I don't know what it was. It's something. I didn't mean to. Genuinely didn't mean to. Because I guess I was just showing off, just trying to fit in, But I did meet a comedian that we kind of stayed friends. His name was Wilty, or Nick Wilty. We all knew him as Wilty. And he'd already won a contest, like a stand-up talent contest in Canada, and had been on TV and everything. And then he came here and he was just winning the show. Because at the comedy club, there was they'd have like maybe up to 12 comedians doing 5 minutes each, and then the audience would decide who'd won. To hand out leaflets, to tick which ones you like, and that was it. And he pretty much won every time he was on. There was a handful of comedians that were new, but were good straight away. Like you got Nick Wilty, you had Rona Cameron. She won straight away. Mandy Knight, although Mandy Knight was in a double act at the time. Tim Vine, although not straight away, but it didn't take him long to become really good. I saw him on his first ever gig, I think. Tim. And then who else was it? A bloke called Dickie Duran. Another one called Harvey O'Leary. So Dickie Duran was from Liverpool, and he would win it. So it was kind of between those groups of people. Harvey O'Leary would often win it. I never won it. I did. I'm not sure if I got a laugh. I think I might have got a couple of laughs over the years, but I made quite good friends with the people that was going along. So I was 20 years old at the time, or 20 and a bit. I mean, I was 20 at the end of August, and I went there, started there near the end of January. So yeah, just 20 and 5 months. And I remember the staff just not giving me funny looks, but kind of, they seemed quite nice, but when I first went there, there wasn't a lot of friendliness, but there was from Nick, like Wilty. Harvey O'Leary was really fun, really friendly. Harvey O'Leary, Dickie Duran was, Rona Cameron was, Tim Vine, all those people, they were friendly. There's a few others, I can't remember all the names, that came along. Every now and then, every few weeks or every few months, someone would come along and they would just be brilliant. And it wasn't a fluke, they were just really, really good. And they'd go on, they'd come in on a Wednesday, they'd win it, and the prize for winning a Wednesday contest at the comedy club was you get to do a 10-minute slot paid on the Thursday. I think it was the following, I don't know if it was the next Thursday or the Thursday, like the next day, or whether it was the following week. But I think that's what they did. And once you get a 10-minute slot, and if that goes well, quite often back then you maybe get another 10-minute slot, and if that goes well and you get a good reputation, then you get a 20-minute slot, and it grows, and within a few years you might be headlining. So I never quite got there. I did get some paid gigs, but I didn't get any like short slots. Not at this particular comedy club, I should say. Just in case my friend Noel phones me up. Why are you lying again? So I fell in love with that place. Oh yeah, also next to the bar. So if you put your back towards the fireplace and sort of like leant against the bar, then straight ahead was where the kitchen was. So that was all blocked off. So the kitchen was in there. That's where they made the burgers and the different things. So, and the entrance from the bar and the kitchen was the same entrance. So they'd all be sharing that entrance in and out. So I got to know the staff because I went there every single Wednesday, pretty much for a year, near enough. Maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years, but I was there regularly. So, and I would get there early before they'd even open the doors. So they might open the doors at 7 or 6:30, and I'd be sitting outside. So the staff started letting me in because they got used to me. They knew my name, and they kind of got used to me being there because I was there every single Wednesday. And also you had to be there fairly early. It was first in, first on the list. So for people that turned up at 8 o'clock, 8:30, chances are they wouldn't get to go on unless they were, liked, I suppose. So they'd let me in and I'd sit down. And I don't know why I just didn't offer to help out. I mean, I should have got a job in that place in 91. So that's what I would do. I know it's like, what would you do different? One of the things I would do different, if I was able to kind of go back to that time, bearing in mind I moved there in 91 and I wanted to be involved in the comedy industry, I think I should have really got a job in the comedy industry. Whether it was, and I thought maybe getting a job in the comedy store, even if it was just cleaning, putting the chairs out, taking the coats, giving out tickets, taking the money, whatever. It would have been a really good in. I'd have got to know the comedians, I'd have got to know the promoters, because other promoters would be coming in watching the comedians. So I get to know people, and then I could then sort of, on my nights off, do gigs during the week. So maybe, and then occasionally have weekends off and go and do a gig on the weekend and just build it up like that. Just start off only doing gigs on Monday to Thursday. And there's always gigs to do. Back then there was quite a few. And but I didn't think about it. I don't know why. I mean, I'm pretty certain if I'd have said to my friend Noel, who owned the club, the comedy club, not the comedy store, but the one he had, he'd have given me some work, but I never even considered it back in the early 90s. I used to help him out a bit, like later on, but I never even thought about it. The amount of times that I was kind of struggling for work, or I could have just gone to him and he'd have helped me out, because he was my friend and we always got on well. Well, most of the time. I think he used to, I don't know. I think he got a bit fed up with me sometimes, because I always was there and I didn't seem to be improving. And I think there was a little bit of frustration there, which is fair enough. I mean, he's running a business. But the good thing, I'd go there on my nights off, at the weekends. That was my go-to place. If I wasn't doing a gig, sometimes I just go to the comedy club, my friend's comedy club, and just be there all night, watch the show, hang out at the bar, and do that, and then go home. Or if I was doing a gig somewhere, I quite often end up getting a taxi with another comedian or a bunch of us, and go back to the comedy club and hang out there till 2:00, because they had the comics room upstairs with a pool table, TV, and like loads of sofas and stuff. So that used to be, I had a social life. And I used to I knew some comedians to talk to that were nice to me, but probably most of the comedians that I got on with were the new ones. Even though maybe I wasn't new anymore, 5 years in, they were new and I was still unsuccessful. But, some of those ones that started off with me still stayed friends, like Nick Wilty, Tim Vine, I used to get on with still. And some kind of, went off and did their thing. But, yeah, Terry Alderton's another one. We kind of started off roughly at the same time. He got successful. He was really successful. It's not weird, but what he did is he got shortlisted for the Perrier in 2001 or 2002, something like that. And if you win the Perrier Award, which it's not called the Perrier Award anymore, but it's the Edinburgh Festival Comedy Award. It used to be called the Perrier Award. Used to be called the Perrier Award for years and years and years and years. And loads of people have won it, including like Lee Evans, and Steve Coogan won it when he was in a double act with John Thompson, and the League of Gentlemen, I think they won it as well. What's his name? I'm not sure if Jack D won it or not. I can't remember. But there was a lot of people. Every year someone wins it. So yeah, I didn't. It changed. It changed the name. But Terry, because he won, he was like shortlisted, or maybe he was named best newcomer or something like that. Suddenly the doors opened for him in the entertainment world, which should have opened beforehand. I mean, he still had doors open, he was still doing stuff before that. I think on telly and that, but it's suddenly, I don't know, something happens when you win those prestigious awards, or if you're in the spotlight being nominated. TV executives become interested, and a lot of people end up with TV shows or going on tour, having their own, just become well known. So Terry had, at one point he was hosting the lottery, the National Lottery, on a Saturday night, which is arguably probably one of the biggest TV audiences at the time. Can you imagine the lottery? I mean, probably had about 10 million people watching every Saturday live. So that was a really, really good gig. He was in EastEnders for a while, and then he probably did loads of stuff I don't know about. But what he did do, which I just couldn't believe, is he changed up his act. And I saw him on stage. I think it was on YouTube, or no, it might have been live at the Apollo, something like that. Terry Alderton. Let's have a look. Now, he used to be a former professional footballer, so he's about my age. He might be a little bit younger, a little bit older, don't know exactly. He's 55, exactly the same age as me. In fact, he's a little bit younger because he was born in October. So in the early 2000s, so he was doing acting, TV stuff. I don't know what he was in, right? But he was in. Of course, he was in the final season of London's Burning. I forgot about that. Whenever I see someone that I used to know, because I've not seen him for years, and I see them on telly, like playing a part or whatever, I get so excited. It's brilliant. So, and also he was in EastEnders playing Terry Spraggan, which was Bianca's boyfriend or husband. That was in 2013. Now, I don't know what his character is. So he was nominated for the Period Comedy Award in 1999. Or was it 1999? So the last time I sort of spent time with him would be 2000. Christmas 2000. I think he was... Maybe it wasn't 2000 then. Yeah, it would have been, because I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was Christmas 2000, because he was headlining the shows, like the Christmas shows. He was doing like 5 nights a week. Because I remember sitting upstairs eating with him. Oh well. So he, if you, I realise you're probably not going to be Googling that at this moment, because I'm boring you. So boring, and so boring. I couldn't believe I saw him on stage on TV, and he had a bald head. Because last time I saw him, he had hair. But he was playing this character that was... I don't know how to explain it other than genius. Like one of the best things I've ever seen in comedy. I mean, I'm not seeing so much. It was like two people. He was moving in between two different characters at the same time. It was really funny, really, really funny. And I kind of tried to nearly get in touch with him once. Well, in fact, I do follow him on Facebook, and I thought he might remember me, but I don't think he does, because it's a long time. It's 20 odd years since I last saw him, over 20 years. And then Nick Wilty, I sent him a message. I followed him on Facebook, and I sent him a message. Is it you? Is it Nick Wilty? And he said, yeah. Is it the Nick Wilty? And he said, yeah. And I realised he hadn't remembered me, so I thought, I better leave it, because they were two of the people I kind of classed as friends in comedy. There was others as well, but just I kind of stayed friends with them all the way through when I was doing comedy, right through the whole of the 90s, really. And yeah, it was another... Who's the other person I was thinking of? There was a comedian called Jimbo, and he's now in his 70s, I think. He's still doing it. And he used to just stand on stage. Sometimes he wouldn't say a thing. He just play around with a microphone and and then not do anything for 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Other times he would just lay down on the stage. Sometimes he'd go on and just eat a sandwich. I saw him so many different times. And I used to tape my recordings for a few years. I'd tape quite a lot of recordings on a little digital recorder. And I could hear, because I did a lot of gigs with him at the comedy club, but also other places, and I could always hear his laugh, because it was it was like that was in the background. I was like, okay, especially as it's often the only laugh I was getting. So, and it's amazing he's still doing it. He's got a YouTube channel, and there's clips of him on stage, and it's like, wow. He's in his 70s. He's got 20 odd years older than me, because he was in his 40s when he was doing it then. I mean, he might not be 75, but he's in his 70s. And I was like, wow. And he was almost like my biggest fan. He really liked my act. And I just remember his voice. It's weird. His voice wasn't weird, but he was always pleased to see me. He was always lovely. Always. Really nice man. I suppose in a way it was quite good times. I mean, the Saturday nights, I spent, actually just thinking about it, New Year's Eve, apart from the occasional one where I couldn't, I spent New Year's Eve at the comedy club in probably 91, 92, not 93, because I stayed, because I had a girlfriend then, so I stayed with her. I remember walking down a promenade. But then New Year's Eve, 94, very much likely. Not 95, because I was with another girlfriend. Oh, yeah, so 94, New Year's Eve. I remember that very well because, yeah, there was this lady started talking to me and kind of, I don't know, she felt sorry for me because I was on my own. And on New Year's Eve, I mean, there was, people did come in later on, like the comedians and stuff, but it was, the staff were too busy to chat. So there's no sort of hanging around and having a chat or anything like that, which used to happen, you know, like on a normal night. It was a case of getting out of people's way. So it probably wasn't the best time to really go there, but it was either that or be at home on my own. So I went. And I think even now, right, if that comedy club was local, like in this town, and I would go there. I think I would, because the building of friendships, knowing the staff and everything like that, I think I'd still, or if you moved that club, because it's closed down a long time ago, but if it was, yeah, I'd still be going there. I'd still be visiting it now, when I could. It's the kind of place that I'd want to go to forever. It was a home, it was a place I felt safe. I don't know why, but I loved that place, absolutely loved it. And I got to explore more of it as I got upstairs. I helped my friend out in the office, helped him out with other things, so I kind of got to know the place quite well, or very well, over like it's 2 decades really, because I was going back when I was doing my university degree. My friend gave me a little bit of work in the office a couple of days a week, so I'd go up there and during the summer and stuff, so and during the Christmas, building up to Christmas, so that, I'd go up and help out with the orders on the phone and stuff like that. So yeah, it was good. I mean, at one point there was an art gallery at the top of the building. So the building was in 3 parts. So there was a doorway. So you go in the front door, turn right, and you see a doorway, and that led to upstairs. So you go in there, go upstairs, and there was two stops. So you go up one set of stairs, you got the second set of stairs. The second set of stairs is, I think that's where the office used to be. So that's where the office was. I think I'm losing track a little bit. I might be wrong. I think it was, because my friend lived up there when he first moved and bought the club. He lived in the actual building for quite a while until he bought his house. And yeah, there was like a shower room and kitchen area and stuff up there as well. And then the office was in there, and there was a fairly big office with 3 desks, maybe 4 desks. And yeah, it was quite a big room. But then downstairs there was I'm trying to get this right. There was a comics room downstairs, and so in the middle bit rather, So the comics room, and you could basically, it was big space with a pool table on the left, and there was all these sofas, chairs and sofas, and it was a little bit of a storage room as well for bits and bobs, but it was, it's definitely, it held quite a few people. And that was on one side. The other side, there was, the other side, it was actually being used by what do you call them, people that deliver stuff, like on mopeds and stuff, delivery people. That's what it was. Or was it a taxi firm? I think it was delivery firm. And so they were in there for quite a few years. And then they moved out. I think that room, that was being let out by the club. So they were making money from that being let out. And then they moved out, and that space was, and this is in probably 1999, I'd say, 98, 99, it was converted into a nightclub. It was completely ripped out and turned into a nightclub. Yeah. So that was cool. And then at one point upstairs was moved out, and there was an art gallery up there. So things have moved around and changed over the time, over like that decade. And there was an art gallery in about probably 98, 99 time as well. So that was all done up. Because the bar manager and his wife or girlfriend, they were both artists. So my friend gave them that space to have their art and to also show other people's art. And then I think they moved from there and got another place and stuff, so that was good. And then he moved the office, I think, right to the top, and extended the nightclub area, built some toilets, and at one point I think there was even, it was transformed into living area for some staff, I think. So I think there's 3 or 4 of them living, maybe 3 of them living in there, but they all had their own rooms, and it was all just all separated and everything like that. So, but then that went, and then it was kind of converted into like an extension to the bar, to the nightclub. So yeah, it was constantly under change, always something new being done. And I think on top of the building there was a, what do you call it, like a, not a bath, a jacuzzi. There was a jacuzzi on the roof. I remember once I was standing on the roof, and I was with Gina, and she was the manager, one of the managers, and I was helping out. This was like, oh, blimey, I don't know, but I was helping out for the afternoon, or for the morning, in the office. I think maybe they had staff shortage or something, and we went onto the roof to watch the solar eclipse with our little glasses on, and everybody was on roofs. I didn't even know that those buildings were occupied, and it was such a lovely moment. and she grabbed me and pushed me, and kind of I fell back, but then I kind of got back on, and I said, "Oh, we were getting down." So it was so funny the way you pretended to push me off the thing. She said, "I didn't pretend. You're just too heavy. I misjudged your weight." I don't know. I think I might have upset her. I'm not sure. But yeah, that was nice. I liked it. It was a nice memory. I want to add something to the story that involved eating ice cream, but I don't think that might have happened. All I do remember, I think, is at the same time on EastEnders there was I think Ian Beale and maybe someone else was at the, not Hendrix, what's it called? Those stones, Hendrix stones or whatever. The stones of, where people go and worship the stones and stuff. And he was there, Ian Bill, maybe with his wife and stuff, and they were all looking at the sun or the moon, well, I guess a bit of both, but at the same time, isn't it, really, with their glasses on. And that was the same day, so I was at home watching EastEnders thinking, oh, I did that. Stonehenge. You see where I get Hendry from, though, you know. Hendry. It's a very similar name. And Terry Alderton, it was so funny, the act he had, like later on. See, I think he might have took a break from comedy because he was doing TV. Then he went back, and that, I don't know how he didn't become a superstar with that act. It was phenomenal. I'd say almost perfection as far as comedy goes, like visual, the voices, it was so good. So yeah, who knows? But I'm trying to think of some memories of the place. There was another member of staff that didn't talk, well, two actually, didn't talk to me for a while because I'd upset them. Then they talked to me again later. I think what it was is people would sometimes take me the wrong way and then realise, because I was kind of playing a character on stage. When I first started doing comedy, I was a little bit rude, you know, and probably, well, no, I'd say definitely didn't come across very nice on stage. But that wasn't, I mean, generally it wasn't me. But I think sometimes I kept that character going after getting off, and sometimes maybe it was on before I went on. But I wasn't really me. You know, I was generally quite a decent person. And I think as I got older, the people that I annoyed when I was younger came to realise that actually, not all of them, but some of them came to realise that I'm actually, you know, fairly decent. And they kind of accepted me. But then it's quite weird because there's some people, I remember I went there the very last night of the closing of the club, and it was kind of strange because, and that was what, 2000 and was about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, 7 years ago. It was a long time ago that he closed. And there was a couple of people that I used to, one is I used to work with him, and he had curly hair. Not really relevant to the story, but I forget his name. But I worked with him in the Elephant and Castle. He had a record shop. Pete his name was. And I thought he liked me. Like, he took me under his wing a bit. He was older. I think he was probably in his 30s. He wasn't old, but he was in his 30s. He had a successful record shop in the shopping centre of Elephant and Castle. He specialised in, rare records as well. So it wasn't, he had a lot going on. So he was successful. And he seemed to, I made him laugh, and he seemed to, he used to come to the comedy club on a Wednesday night, and I think really he was always just laughing at me. I don't think he was ever laughing with me, or it was just, I don't know, it was weird because he employed me for a while, and that period was probably one of the happiest periods I had in London. Because suddenly I was outside, because I was selling tapes outside because there was a market stall outside Elephant Castle. Elephant. What's the name of it? Around the Elephant Castle. The Elephant and Castle. Sorry, it's the Elephant and Castle, isn't it? So outside there there was market stalls. So I had a table and I was selling tapes that he wanted to get rid of. And it was only for about a month, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, leading up to Christmas. Or maybe a week or two after. And honestly, one of my happiest memories that was. Because I was going there, it was always cheap to get anywhere in London back then. The tube prices for the day were really cheap. It was just like a couple of quid. And so I'd go to there. I couldn't even tell you how to get to Elephant and Castle now. But yeah, that's a whole story in itself, actually. That's a whole Monday's Boring Objects of its own, the Elephant and Castle period. But I enjoyed it. I was getting attention from some females that were local who would show me, just being nice to me. That was nice. I got on really well with a member of staff that he had in his shop. We used to go drinking in the pub, the Charlie Chaplin pub next door to the shopping centre. It was cool. And above in the Charlie Chaplin pub, my friend Pete started a comedy club, Charlie Chaplin Comedy Club. And I felt like we were starting it together, but it was his. I just was helping out. So we did that together for a few weeks, and we'd go out handing out leaflets outside the tube stations and stuff, and we did get an audience. And then, I'm not quite sure what happened. It's just he didn't want to pay me anymore, and so I kind of moved on. But he never seemed to be able to move on from me being 20 years old or 21 years old. He kind of thought like I was always that age. And even when I'd see him in the late 90s, when I was like 30, or nearly 30 years old, he'd still come into the club, because he had his own club, Soho Ho Comedy Club. At this time, he took it over, and he might still have it, I don't know, but I hope so. But it was weird, because he'd want to see him, he'd just be, kind of seem to be laughing at me, instead of just, I don't know, I'd go there and see him, and I just classed him as a friend, and then when he'd go to the comedy club that I'd go to regularly, he'd, again the same, it'd just be, it seemed to be like making fun of me. And there was another bloke, Jerry, and I used to give him lifts home from the club, and I'd walk home with him. I knew him for years and years and years, and I saw there was an interaction on Facebook, and this was like 2008, 2009, and they were talking about me, and they were making fun of me becoming a counsellor. Now, you know, I can understand why in a bit, because perhaps you wouldn't have looked at me when I was 21 and thought, yeah, I want to share my thoughts with him, and he'd be able to help. Probably not. Maybe not even in my 20s, but, you know, at this point I was 38. I wasn't that 20-year-old that he'd known from the 1991. And they were just making fun of me. Like, oh, I feel sorry for his clients. Can't believe he shouldn't be allowed to do that. And I thought, oh, that's a bit off. And then I see them both at the closing of the club, and this was probably 9 years ago now, 8-9 years ago. And my friend invited me, because he knew I loved that place, so I kind of went there. I think I stayed at his house that night, I'm not sure. So we were there, and a couple of members of staff. Loads of comedians were there, because they were getting, I think it was a free bar, basically. So lots of comedians. Some said hello to me, some didn't. But I saw them two, the Pete and what's his name, and they were standing the other side, and they were looking over and just laughing. And I was standing there with my friend who owned the place, and I was like, I wanted to go over and say hello to them, because I'd never had a bad word to say to them ever, really. Not really. I mean, not really. I did fall out with one of them once, but I can't remember that was over. Oh yeah, I stole his car. Oh, actually, one of them, he actually came up to me once, and he said to me, "Is it true that you used to date Laura?" I don't know if her name was Laura. I said, "Why?" So it was this lady that I used to date, and she was a comedian. So he'd met her like a few years later, and someone had told her. She said she hadn't been with me, but someone told him that she had. A little bit gossipy, isn't it? And he asked me, he said, did you have any communication with her? I can't remember what I said. I think I said, like, mind your own business, I think is what I said. I said, just ask her. If you don't trust her, why are you with her? But apparently she was telling him no. And it was a little fib. I think maybe she thought I was not around, not realising that we still saw each other. Like, late 90s, early 2000s. still see him. He'd come round nearly every Saturday night. I'd see him and would go home. Well, not every night, but if he was there on a Saturday or Friday, I'd give him a lift home. But I was like, why? He didn't come over and say hello to me, nothing. And by this time, I'm in my early 40s at the time, so like 45 probably. So you think, like 25 years after they'd first met me, I'm going to be a different person, you know? Not going to be the same. Not the same. Maybe a little bit like the same, but not quite the same. But I remember because my friend has Tourette's, and he employed a friend of his that had Tourette's to do the painting. And it just, even back then, because I had upset my friend when I first met him because I was making jokes about Tourette's. I just see the documentary and I was just being very rude about it. It was a long time ago, and I was uneducated about it at the time. But then I got to know him, and he's explained it to me like in great detail, and I've known him for, well, since 91, so how many years is that? And he's been a good friend to me, my friend. So, but he had this painter, because I offered to do the painting, and he said, no, I'm worried, because he had these cartoon characters, and he said, if you go through the outline, it could just ruin the whole character, and I don't want to have to redo the characters. We're just trying to clean off the wall because there's a lot of traffic and stuff, so just clean it off and just redo the outline only, and maybe fill in bits that need it. And I said, I can do that. He said, no, I've got someone to do it. So he introduced me to this bloke, took me into the warehouse, introduced me to Fred, or whatever his name was. And every time he spoke, his hand shook, like he's like he was doing a magic trick or something. I'm not doing it in a mocking way, but I'm thinking, how can he be your painter? Well, when he painted, his hands were as steady as a surgeon. Phenomenal. Like my friend, when he dances, no tics, nothing. He relaxes by dancing. When he's on stage, when he sings, no tics. Has hardly anything when he's on stage doing comedy or anything like that. But dancing takes it away, completely gone. So with this bloke, Fred, I don't know if his name was Fred, but it seems like a good name. The intricate painting calmed him down completely. It almost goes against logic, but then it's not a logical condition, is it? But there's not much in life that is logical, I think, as I get older. But yeah, there was a time when I just seemed to upset everyone. When I first met them, I'd upset them. I seem to be able to, not purposefully, but I managed to say the wrong thing. And then either they didn't get to see me again, so they didn't find out that I'm actually a fairly decent person, or not, depending, you know. Or they'd see me over time and realised, oh, okay, he's all right. He's young, or well, no one knew that I had bipolar, so including me. So I would say the wrong thing sometimes, and I'd go in and out of moods and just almost not really feel in control, and not know why. But when people got to know me, they seemed to like me. Even in the call centre and in insurance, a couple of people really didn't like me for just straight away. And then a few months later, they were like my best friend. Very strange. I think maybe I don't fit the criteria. I don't fit the mould of what is expected. Maybe physically or verbally or emotionally, I don't know. Maybe I'm not a good example of a man. A man. I don't know, really. I don't know. So yeah, that's it. That place, loved that comedy club. Absolutely loved it. Even when I left in 2001, because I left London, in 2001, I still would visit the comedy club. But it's like anything, kind of, I'd visit regularly. I'd be there every weekend I could. And then gradually, when I had weekends off from working, I just wanted to rest. And it became less and less often. It became, instead of like a couple of times a month, it became like maybe once every 2 months. And maybe a few times a year. It's, just the way it worked. Until, what they did near the end, I say near the end, basically, from my understanding, I don't understand particularly exactly, but I think my friend sold half of his club to someone else who was doing other stuff in the club as well. And he moved the comedy part upstairs to where I don't know, to be honest. Did he move it upstairs? I think he might have moved it to where the nightclub was. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. But he moved it anyway. Maybe he moved it to the other side. So he moved the comedy club part, and downstairs was a bar and other stuff, and then eventually, so I stopped going then because it wasn't the same. I went down there once and it was just like, okay, the comedy's upstairs, but this just isn't. No, was the comedy downstairs? It was just in one section. I'm losing track. But it wasn't the same. It wasn't supposed to be the same. And it was all rows of chairs, it wasn't tables anymore. So they still fitted a decent amount in. But it just wasn't. Yeah, there was a bar there. But the other part was kind of different kind of bar. And it wasn't the same. No one would agree. No, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. It wasn't the same as it used to be, but there was a reason for it. It had to be done to keep the place alive, keep the place going. So change is, it's inevitable, isn't it? But it just, it wasn't for me anymore. I was saddened seeing it change and then going, because I love that. But I just absolutely love that place. That building going back to the early days, all the way through the 90s, my favourite building ever. It's my favourite building. I love the place. It's just every part of it. Just the kitchen, the bar, the stage, the toilets, the upstairs, the bar upstairs, or the toilets upstairs, or the office, the skylight. Oh, this was weird, right? I was there one day and I was helping out, and I don't even know I was helping out. I was just on the roof because my friend said, "Can you just tell what's his name upstairs? Give him a message for me." So I walked up the stairs onto the roof just to let him know. Now, he was in the process of putting stuff up there. I think it might have just been someone was on the phone, or something like that, something minimal. His coffee was ready or something. So I'm walking towards him saying, "Steve," and he said, "Stop." So I stopped. I said, "What?" He said, "Slowly walk back." So I was walking across glass that wasn't supposed to be walked on. And there was probably, I'm trying to think, 6, 12, 24, probably 30 to 40 foot drop. And I said to him, "Why, what's wrong?" He said, "Well, that glass is thick, but it's not supposed to be walked on. It's it's just there to stop rain from getting in. It's not supposed to be, it's not a walkie on one." And I said, "Okay." He said, "What did you want?" I said, "Well, doesn't matter now." He said, "What do you mean it doesn't matter now?" I said, "Well, I'm focusing on this glass, getting off this glass." "Well, can you tell me why you came out? You were calling me." I said, "Can I focus on getting off this glass first, please? Because if I go through the glass, you won't be worrying about what I was, that won't be your concern, will it, about what I came out to tell you?" And I can't believe what he said next. He said, "It would be the top of my list because I wouldn't be able to get the answer from you, would I?" I said, "That's so rude." He said, "You're rude." I said, "But could you just let me just slowly back off and get away from this glass, and then I can tell you what the message was?" And then I backed off, and eventually, okay, he guided me back. He said, "Yeah, just slowly try and stay on the lines," because that was where the support was. And I get off, and he said, "Okay, right. So what was the message?" Okay, all right. So the message from Noel was, "Can you make sure when you're up here, can you put a sign up to say, to let people know to not walk on that glass?" He got the up with me. He didn't talk to me for about a week. I don't know why. It's like, well, I told you the message. And he said, "Do you not understand what did you not get it?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "All that fuss, do you not realise what you've done?" I said, "I've done nothing. I've passed you the message on." I said, "Oh, I think I understand what you mean now." He said, "Good." I said, "Yeah, you wanted me to actually write the sign and bring it up." He said, "Yeah, that's it, yeah, that's what I wanted. You to write the sign." Wow. Wow. That is absolutely fun. Wow. Which I thought was a bit rude. Or a compliment, I'm not sure. It's hard to know sometimes. You know when you get a wow, but sometimes it feels like it's too much of a wow. Too, I don't know if it's the right word, but too wowy. Too wowy. I don't know. I'm not sure what I miss most about that place. I kind of feel that it was my youth. My youth. My younger years. It was definitely my 20s. So that's the thing that marks out my 20s in some ways more than anything else. That comedy club. I mean, even when because I took breaks from even performing comedy, and even when I stopped performing comedy altogether, I still went to the comedy club because I loved the place. It just meant something. And I think it closed down, as I said, it was about... Shall I have a look to see? Because it probably has it on the internet. Oh, God. In London. It might not even have it on there now. Now it's gone. Right. It's not for some reason. Serious, the comedy store, comedy show. It's really weird because it was around for so long. So long. Oh, yep. So I just found a video here from 2015. Yeah, so it was still around then. So maybe it was 2016. What? So it says here there's a TripAdvisor for that place, 2026. All you should need to know before you visit. That's weird. They haven't opened it up again, have they? It's a popular comedy club with a weekly open mic night. Okay. Hours. This location was reported permanently closed. You'd think that something like TripAdvisor would be up to date. I mean, why even advertise it if it's not there? You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just being a grumpy old... Oh. So have a look. It's London. Sorry, something went wrong. That is one of London's and the UK's best loved and longest standing comedy club, based in the heart of the East End. So this was now operating as the Big Belly Comedy Club. Really? That doesn't sound correct. Let's go to the website, see if the website's still running. It's now going to the Big Belly Comedy Club. Big Belly Comedy Club. Monday nights, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What? The Big Belly South Bank. I'm not sure about this. This is weird. Ring in 2026, the Big Belly Way. Massive tunes, zero pretense, and tickets that won't rinse your wallet. Tickets under £20 because spending your rent on New Year's Eve is so last year. Alright, this is New Year's Eve. Open mic comedy in London. Ding Dong Gong Show. Ding Dong Gong Show. Every Sunday, fresh comedians compete to make the audience laugh for 5 minutes straight. Experience the thrill of interactive comedy where you, the audience, hold the reins of control. With our unique Dong of Power system, you have the power to cast judgment on the acts. We choose 3 lucky audience members to wield these powerful dongs. If a comedian isn't tickling your funny bones, simply raise the Dong of Power. Upon the sight of 3 raised dongs, the act must gracefully exit the stage. This immersive, lively event mirrors the format of Britain's Got Talent, swapping buzzers and Simon Cowell's for our one-of-a-kind dongs. Become a part of this engaging, hilarious experience today. Okay. So is this all in one place? Bottomless brunch comedy in London every Saturday. Bottomless. 90 minutes bottomless booze and pizza every Saturday. What does that mean? I'm going to have to... I don't know what that means. Bottomless. I know what bottomless... I mean... 90-minute bottomless booze plus pizza from just £29. Every Saturday and Sunday, a 90-minute free bar with London's best range of bottomless drinks. What is a bottomless drink? I don't know what that means. Ding Dong Gong Show plus bottomless brunch comedy. Get tickets. So Saturday 28th of March. It's not saying who's on. You can also upgrade Ding Dong Gong Show and bottomless brunch comedy. So I wonder... I mean, maybe the domain name that my friend had, it just was given up, and someone saw the opportunity to take that and have changed it and diverted it to another place, because that website was used for a long time. It had a loyal following, so people would be... I mean, it's a good way to launch a new comedy club, I suppose. I'm not saying that's what they did, but that is what they did. No, I don't know. My friend might have sold them the domain. My friend might be involved in this. I don't know. It's possible. Venue hire. Inquire to hire or put on a show at Big Belly. Type of show. Podcast recording, live audience. So who would visit me? Who would come and listen to my podcast if I did a live audience recording of my podcast? How many people would turn up to London in the South Bank? Anyone? It would be interesting to do a meet and greet Q&A thing where I could just get an audience and you could just ask me a question and I could answer the question, but live, in person. Da, da, da. I don't know. I'm not sure. So that's the Ding Dong Comedy Club, Ding Dong Gong Show. So what about the normal show? So if I go to Big Belly, go back to there. The best comedy at the best. I must visit the comedy it's going too fast. Right. Monday night. This is Monday the 16th. Right, so we've missed that. So what was on today? Tevin Everett, James Milgam, Blank Peng, Heman Makwana, and Luke Chilton. So Tuesday night comedy show. Free slot with ticket. Again, I'm not sure what that means. Eric McElroy. He's quite well known, isn't he? Milo Edwards, Thor Stengborg, and Ibs Sese. And Wednesday we got Kate Martin, Patrick Spicer, Phoebe Taylor, Bobby Mayer, acts to be announced. So that's Wednesday. Thursday, Lucas Jones Ho, Ben Pope, and acts to be announced. So they're not open at the weekends then, it's just Monday to Thursday. I say just, I mean that is pretty good for 4 days, but most comedy clubs, oh they are. So 19th, okay, so they've got other things going. They've got a secret headliner show. Right, it's a Friday. David Anthony, Susie Pierce, Prince Abdi. So that's the only person I know so far from these names. Prince Abdi, he's been around quite a while. Then on Friday the 20th, it's saying South Bank, then this one's saying South Bank. So they're doing 2 shows in an evening. One is at 7 and the next one's at 8:30. They're really, yeah, they're going for it, aren't they? Prince Abdi again, David Anthony too. So basically they're doing 2 shows, one after another. And now we've got Saturday. Let's have a look what's on a Saturday. Again, they're doing one at 6 o'clock and one at 8:30. Mark Cram, Javier Jarquin, Shalaka Karup, acts to be announced. And Saturday 21st at 8:30, Mark Cram, Shalaka Karup, and to be announced. And then they've got one Sunday, 22nd of March. It's not even saying what it is. Silly Goose. Let me click on that, see what comes up. Doors open 6 p.m. London's sellout comedy night is about to get sillier. Bigger venue, even better lineups, and much much more honks. We're also looking for South Walks, silliest goose. We know everyone does things that are a bit silly sometimes, and we want to hear them. So come down to hear some of the silliest stories that have been submitted to us. Get ready for some racy, saucy scandals, funny first dates and office outages. Headliner Fatiha El Ghori and supporting Sam Nicoresti Edinburgh Best Comedy Show Award 2025 and Sydney May Comedia New Comedy and LGBTQ plus New Comedian and more TBC. It's much easier to read it out than to remember some of these words and stuff. What's on? It's Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's been and gone. I think it has, isn't it? Yeah, I remember saying, letting everyone know, yeah, I've not had a Valentine's card for a while, and thinking that maybe I'd, receive a Valentine's card, but nope. The hint did not work. No. We are literally, apart from one person, I don't recognise any of these acts, and they're all probably headlining acts, really successful. And I wonder what happens to all the other people. Where do they go? Where do the older comedians go? Do they? I don't know. Anyone? I don't know. So I'm wondering if the Comedy Store. Let's click on the Comedy Store website. Let's see what's on. A serious night out since 1979. Watch out for. Right, Tuesday this week. Monday, Victor Pastoran in London. I don't know him. Best Kane Brown. Wednesday, I don't know him. Best stand-up Thursday with who? I don't know. You're not telling me who they are. It's pictures. Find out more. Right. MC Matt Skellingworth, Marcus Birdman, Felicity Ward, Dave Fulton. I've heard of Dave Fulton. So let's go back to Saturday. No, that's Thursday. Friday. MC Ben Norris. Yep, no Ben Norris. Well, I used to see him a lot on. Used to be always on stage. Matt Bragg, Matt Stellingworth, Felicity Ward, Marcus Birdman. So Ben Norris, I remember. I've seen he's still around. That's good. And then got Saturday MC, which is the I was going to say umpire. The MC. I wonder what MC stands for. It's like the announcer. Andrew Ryan, Matt Bragg, Matt Stellingworth, and Felicity Ward. I mean, guarantee they're all brilliant. I just don't know any of them. This is bad. I'm so out of date, so out of touch. I think I've seen someone that looks familiar to me. Paul Thorne. I think I've seen him before. Paul Tonkinson. Paul Tonkinson. I used to know him. That's another one. I was talking about comedians that would just turn up on a Wednesday night, the new act night, and they were new, but they just win straight away. Paul Tonkinson was one of those. And I think he was shortlisted for the Perrier Award as well in about 92, 93 time. He worked on The Big Breakfast for a bit. He hosted that for a while. I'm trying to look at the images, but I can't see because they're too small for me to see who's who. But there's someone with a big grey beard, so it might be someone I've heard of before. That used it. Paul Sinha, Nabil Abdul Rashid. So Nabil, he was, I think I had lunch with him once. I think it was that night when the comedy club closed. Him, so my friend was a big fan of his. It's quite a good website, actually. History. In the beginning, in May 1979, Don Ward, founder, CEO and executive producer, opened a comedy store in the old Gargoyle nightclub in Dean Street, Soho. He'd been inspired by a trip the previous year to see the new comedy clubs in New York and LA. They were producing observational comedy and poking fun at the political scene and the establishment. This was so refreshing and stimulating, his aim and dream was to recreate the same in London. As an ex-comedian and now a producer-owner, he wanted to present something different in his venue, and a complete evening of alternative comedy seemed ideal. I performed at the Comedy Store once as a new act, just as a tryout, open spot, and it's even got the planning order for Saturday 19th of May 1979. Alexis Sales, a compere. I should look at the people. I don't recognise any of the names. Alexis Sales, Bob Payton, Arnold Brown. Arnold Brown. So he was one of the first. Right. No, I don't recognise any of the other names. The plan was to keep the night running as it was, Monday, Thursday. His initial problem, and there would be many, was where's the new comedians were going to come from? So adverts were placed in various publications: The Stage, Evening Standard, Evening News, and different places. And the advert was saying, are you trapped in a boring 9-to-5 job where you are a very funny person who wants to become a comedy star? If your answer is yes to that question, then contact us. The Comedy Store in Soho. Right, there's a spelling mistake there, but the Comedy Store in Soho, and become part of the... Oh no, it's not. Contact us, the Comedy Store in Soho, and become part of the comedy revolution. If you have the talent, we will help you become a comedy star. Auditions were held and 150 people showed up. Yes, 150 people. The first person in the queue was Alexis Sale, who presented as angry, at odds with everything of authority, if it didn't make sense, and wonderfully against Maggie Thatcher. He became the host for the shows for the first 3 years. And blimey, then they had the Gong Show. So you had to... I always got a picture of... Wow, Jennifer French and Saunders. Oh, this looks so young. I mean, they were young, but blimey. So Jennifer Saunders, you had Rick Mel and Adrian Edmondson, Nigel Planer, Keith Allen, Alexa Sale hosting. It's it would have been so amazing to see that back then. Just phenomenal. Imagine being at the kind of the launch of something new. You know what I mean? That'd be amazing. It'd be so cool just to be like. I suppose it's a similar thing if you. I mean, in a way, I was around at the beginning, but I wasn't. If that makes sense. So, this started 1979 at a Comedy Store, but all the different comedy clubs didn't really burst up until the 90s. So I was involved in comedy in London in probably the second golden age. I mean, you say the golden age. I wasn't, okay, not in the birth. I wasn't there in the birth, but I was there in the growing up, in the toddler stage, or the maturing stage. I don't know. Because in the 70s, in the like 1979 and through the 80s, there was a lot of comedians that were on TV and that were there. But there's also that degree of anarchy and slapstick stuff, and that Rick Mel would be involved in, and they all became stars in the 80s. Jennifer Saunders, Nigel Planer, the Young Ones, and Blackadder, and I suppose in the 90s, like in the late 80s, really, other than there's only a handful of comedians that were on telly regularly. Like Phil Cool had his own TV show in the 80s. Joe Brand. Trying to think of some others that were like regularly doing gigs on TV. Ben Elton, of course. Ben Elton, yeah. So anyone that was around with Ben Elton back then, the Saturday Night Live or Friday Night Live with Jonathan Ross. So there was different comedians that would come along and be on there. The management, so you had French and Saunders. There's a few. But then, like in the 90s, those people that had grown up watching that stuff in the 80s realised perhaps that they wanted to do comedy, because they'd grown up in the 70s maybe watching some of the comedy which was about mother-in-laws, and maybe it was a bit rude and stuff. Although I liked any comedy, I didn't care. If it made me laugh, it made me laugh. But the 90s, so I'd say the seed was planted. The seeds were planted. The Comedy Store planted the seeds and grew it to be a small plant, and grew it so it was a precious plant, and then started allowing other people, giving a little branch away to other people of that little tree or that plant, and out of that plant grew other comedy clubs, and other comedians decided to give it a go, and and it grew into this huge thing during the 90s in England, or in London, and then it spread. I mean, it's always been, comedy's been big around the country, like up north and that, but the kind of alternative, well, that's not alternative anymore, is it? But that style of comedy was started to really grow during the 90s with clubs like Jongleurs and Jongleurs. Wow, they had quite a few different places around the country. I think they still do. So it was it grew. I'd heard about a comedy store before I went to London, and I remember going there, and I'll be honest, it's the only comedy club that I was excited to be in outside of the first one I went to, the one that I loved. But that was because I'd never been in a comedy club before. But going out on the night out, I went to Leicester Square, where the comedy store is, or at least it used to be. Queuing outside, and I think the headliner got changed, so they changed it in front of everyone, and they changed it to Jack D. I don't know who it's supposed to be, and I didn't even know who Jack D was, so I was pretty early in my time being involved in comedy. And I had such a great night. It was brilliant. Loved it. And then I went back a few more times. I followed when Dennis Leary came to London. I followed him around quite a few different comedy clubs because he was so funny. And I went to the comedy store when I performed myself, doing the live, the 5-minute open spot. I got a few laughs, but not huge amounts. And then, I got to perform there, and I got to go backstage and be with the other comedians in the most famous comedy club in the country. Well, in London anyway. So, and then I went there to see, I kind of made friends with, I got friendly with Mark Thomas, and he gave me his number. So I called him up one time and said, can I come and see you at the comedy store, because you're there on Saturday? Can you put me on the door? And he did. So I went and watched him and went backstage to say hello and just say thank you. So that was cool as well. And I got a really good seat. So that was just, I don't know how I became friends. I mean, we weren't like buddies going out and stuff. But I think out of all the comedians that I met, there was a period when I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be like him. Mark Thomas was, and I'd still say but there's Stuart Lee and Mark Thomas were the two kind of comedians that I'd want to be like. I don't know what it was. I mean, Stuart Lee, he's my favourite comedian. But Mark Thomas, there was that passion, that complete, it's almost like it was him. Wasn't putting on an act. He was just being himself, and he was talking about stuff he really knew about, because he was topical, like really topical. I just thought he was so amazing. I remember he turned up at I think it was a charity gig on a Sunday, and he just turned up in his shorts, t-shirt. He'd been out with his family, no preparation, just chatting. They called him on went on stage and did his act. No nerves, nothing. He was just so cool, such a cool geezer. Really, I was, for quite a while he was like my comedy hero, which if you'd have seen my act at the time, you wouldn't believe, because it couldn't have been more different. So I don't know what happened to that building now, the comedy club that I used to go to. I don't know what it is now. I think it's just gone. It's still there, but there's probably a nightclub or something. So yeah, so that's me. I'm finished for this recording. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely attached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax. feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. very slow. Your stomach peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful.
enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose, noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting peaceful energy peace to breathe so much easier. Loose, you may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful, moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace, blissful peace. Drifting, total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast.
things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 7. 6. 5. 4. 2. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, Just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 4. 3. Two. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. They didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1, and you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. Two. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say, and everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises. And you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 17, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax, to just take some time off, so that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's It's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also others by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me. You give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if they just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now, this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back. The parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, 2 fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. just massaging around your scalp, massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently, the sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon sometimes, and there's the odd plane that goes by, maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say, and then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. 86. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 85. 82. 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. candle. 10. let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice, knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate, tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really, because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation. And then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can up, maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down, perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment, and just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips. And if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently also, every time you breathe, you may not notice it usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement. Moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy, very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. When you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. But starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. It's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness, possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relax, it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about, and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax, because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation to fill your body, maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away, drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream and continue listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. is a magnet outside of your head.